guess officially we will be live in 3 minutes. I love a short delay, a risky delay. Let's hope I make a final table and somebody can snipe me. What we're going to do today is we're going to play some poker. I'll hop straight into the tournaments. We have this 1k. Guess the blinds are relatively low still. We have a 2k that's about to start. Both of them pot limit Omaha. We have a big 10k today, and I can only buy in once, hence the name of the stream. We're playing with the last dollars in my bankroll, or at least that is on GG Poker. You don't have to get worried, but I have deposit limits. It's a bit annoying, so hopefully we'll bink a tournament so that I can play all the tournaments in the future. We'll late reg a couple of the no limit hold'em events. Let's see. 10k bounty and we have a 1k high rollers. That's no limit hold'em. We have the 1k bounty that already has a lot of people signed up. It seems like pot limit Omaha is getting more and more popular, which is, I mean, of course very nice for me, but also very nice for everyone who's been playing it, because I think it's just a more exciting form of poker. Let's see what kind of table setup we're going for. I guess we're playing 4 tables. As always, you can ask me anything. I can help you out in all aspects of life. I'm not afraid to give you some advice without any knowledge whatsoever to back it up. Okay. I'm gonna go and find the best table setup. I'm a bit tired. I had some drinks this weekend and pretty bad sleep. Upstairs neighbors decided to do some tap dance classes at 7 in the morning for 5 days straight, so I guess in terms of level they are up there. Okay, we're live. But I don't see a chat. This is the one. Okay, let me know if everything's working right now. Media source, audio capture input. Maybe a bit closer. Dropped frames. Seems alright now. No messages yet. So hopefully it's working, but I'm not sure. Okay, first message is coming in. TMYSC, yo champ, good luck. Sound is crystal clear, have fun. Thank you, sir. It's good to hear. We're rocking the no hat today. Trying to change it up, seeing what we can do to change around the run. You would think that there's more tournaments that I can sign up for. Guess we have to wait for a minute. Waking up with the beautiful offsuit aces facing a limp and an over limp. Not a limp, what dreams are made of. RIP bankroll Roger P. We've been racking up some losses these last few Sundays. So yeah, feels unlikely, but it can turn around as soon as it, or as easily as it started. Ace Jack 9. We flip a set. I mean, it's super tempting to go big here, but I think we're supposed to bet small. Good call from Elias. Overshove this turn. Quick call. Might be jacks. Jack 9-9. It's a pretty cool run out. Pretty sure he would have raised any size bet on the turn there. It's a nice way to start the day. Ines Gonzalez, one of my few female viewers, bumping up or bumping down the percentage from 99.8 to 99.6. Thank you for tuning in. Good luck, my main man. Deposit limits with a load of bollocks. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. Maybe I can get higher ones, but these were the ones given to me based on the documents that I provided. Yannick Seabed, hello Derek, hope you're doing well. Any clue when the vlog is out? The vlog will be posted tomorrow, I think. Personally, but I'm not objective at all, of course. I think it's the best one so far. Relu Massa, how to beat PLO 50. PLO 50 should be easily beatable if you play on a website where they don't rake too heavily. So I guess focusing on a network where the rake is not too high is the best way to go about it. PLO 50, usually people are way too passive. You can really punish checking lines. You can overfold against aggression. And yeah, just by doing that and just knowing your overall frequencies, you should do quite well already. It's a nice take to get the reps in, but I wouldn't advise playing that too long. I think in general it's quite bad for your game. You get super bad habits, you get used to overfolding and that being the right play. And then when you move up, you struggle a little bit more. So the camera is slightly obstructing the GG poker table. Thanks for letting me know. Guess we have to make this a bit smaller anyway. Move it here. All fine, sound is good, cam looking hot. Thanks Yannick, camera view is slightly obstructing the GG poker table. And Yannick is asking 1 to 10, how much do you like espresso martini? There's been a period where I really crushed them like it was a coffee. I would rate them at 8.5, I think, if it's made the way it's supposed to be made, and that doesn't happen often, I think. It really sucks though if you have a couple of them and then you try to get to sleep in the night. When I drink alcohol, I get quite energized, so I'm already hyped after a night out, so that combined with a couple of espresso martinis is usually a bad cocktail. Hello, good luck Venny. Any chance for PLO cash games also today? Today we're gonna play some cash as well. It's been too long. I'll bring out a nice little 5-10 table. Get the juices flowing. Okay. 5-10 cash. And I'm not sure if it will happen, but I will try to stream before I leave to Vegas. That will be on Sunday, so I cannot do a regular stream. So maybe there's a stream on Friday or Saturday. Let's see. Okay. People don't want the action. Put myself on the waiting list for 5 cards. $5,000 people online. That's quite a bit. I guess the cash game championships are going on, and that's been relatively successful. Okay, we're hopping into some 5-card games. Let's see. So today we're either busting my bankroll, we're running hot. I think I'm gonna do a wine tasting on stream. A little wine tasting. Sometimes you have to spice it up for yourself as well. Can open this hand as well. These 500 PLO 5 games should be relatively soft still. It's kind of hard to run sims, I think. I'm not so sure, like it's a great hand to check back with as well. Realize my equity. It's kind of terrible if he raises here and we're unblocking all the pairs. We do, however, have the ace of diamonds. Going to try and punish checking ranges. We do get raised. Should look up the spot. I'm not entirely sure if we can always bet there. Don't allow. Yeah, we're just gonna bet small continue on basically everything. Easy defend in the big blind. Going to defend his hand. Under the gun open and under gun +1 call means that they probably have a ton of nutty draws, so the king high flush draw is not worth too much. I think with the jacks in position we just call. Interesting size on the turn as well. The second nuts. It's very seldom that you're raising in 5 cards. I think with the under full house we actually check back here. Again, my 5 card quite a bit worse than my 4 card. He did have the blockers where he would probably consider calling. Had the nuts on the turn. Getting a little lol in the chat from just PLO. Go to fold here, which is not really. We have a terrible hand against a 3-bet range. You don't fold that much pre-flop. But I cannot really come up with a flop that we'd be happy with. Let's see if we have some questions. Hi buddy from Liku. Guess we can limit this one. Hey buddy, when will you come to visit Albania? There's the Diamond Poker Series running 1-2 times per year where they have only high stakes PLO tournaments. How high are the tournaments? Let me know. Maybe if there's a direct flight, if there's an only indirect flight, then quite unlikely. What tournaments are you going to play in Vegas, and will you be playing cash as well? I'll be playing. Well, I think we can lead here. Checking, of course, an option as well. Just below GTOs saying lol every hand. We're getting raised. Oh boy. So of course we're not always leading on the king, but also the king is maybe better for him than for me, but we'll look up the spot. He found the raise with the bluff, I guess. So maybe he's a creative player. Terrible hand in a big blind, but I'm gonna call it anyway. This is a great board to lead on. So the theory when it comes to leading is In the big blind we have a ton of hands that would like to bet this flop, so in general when we have a hand that could lead, we want to do it roughly half the time or something, or else we leave our checking range super exposed. He's wrapping the ace-5. I mean, I guess I have to believe him. I'm not blocking any of the straights. So many combos in 5 cards. People also really struggle finding enough bluffs in 5 cards. So slightly overfolding is not a crime. Limping or raising is fine here. Quite a cool hand where we have potential strong flops on low boards where my opponent might lead or underestimate how hard we can hit the board. Here we just get to c-bet, super high frequency for a small size. I'm holding all the aces, a lot of the high flushes. We have this guy tagged as a tight player, and so far it's pretty spot on. Here we're going to c-bet on these paired boards. We want to c-bet the air part of our range and the strong part of our range. We have to be careful on the 3-4-3 board because we don't have the low cards as often as my opponent. So yeah, what tournaments are you playing in Vegas? I'll be playing the 10k, 25k, 50k, 100k. Maybe jump into a couple of No Limit Hold'em events. I'll lay dredge a couple of Poker Go 10ks. I'll play some cash games. I'll hopefully play some private games. We'll see. So yeah, that's the plan, and I'm there for 3 weeks, so I'm also planning to enjoy, play some paddle, work out, go to nice restaurants. I'll bring the camera with me every now and then. Show you guys how we're living it up in Vegas. Probably not gonna show the Spearmint Rhino footage, maybe behind the paywall. It's always possible. What tournaments are you playing? Good idea. I do a wheat testing. Wow, okay. Sounds not too bad. Beautiful hand here. All the cards are somewhat connected, double suited in a perfect way. Super strong hand. Not good enough to 4-bet here, I think. Since we're holding 5 cards instead of 4, it's very likely that our opponent has aces when he's 3-betting. Here against the min open, we're going to call. This flop certainly looks like a trouble flop. Never folding, of course. When he checks, might be a nice hand to check back with. Now might be a nice hand to raise with. Calling is a bit awkward, and we're still checking back naked 9-7, 7-4, A7, blocking aces also, so I don't know. It's easy to overdo it, but I think it works nicely. Here we're gonna go for a bluff. Blocking a lot of relevant hands, the 10, the king of clubs, the kings. So four-way you barely go for like a super air bluff. So you're always betting or bluffing with a hand with showdown or an option to bet on multiple streets. We're blocking king jack, but I think we're just gonna fold this one. We have so many combos of queen jack, 10 jack, 9 jack that we can turn into a bluff. I think it's nicer to block the jack, but I might be wrong. More tournaments starting soon. Wine tasting, I assume we're spitting into a bucket, correct? This is a tasting without spitting. On this channel we swallow. Clip that for, for I don't know, for what? Min open from the small blind, that's I'll call it interesting. Probably not a thing. You really don't want to incentivize your opponent to call in position. You want to make him pay. You beat PLO 50 by having value in your check back range. Population steps out of position. OTT way too much when you check back flop in position. I don't really agree. I think people are too passive, but in general it's nice to protect your checking ranges a bit, yeah. Super standard hand. On the ace he's gonna bet a lot. We have queens with a flush draw. 5 to 10k and 25k are the main ones. A lot of the PLO guys that are coming in Triton are present also here. I'll limp raise this hand. Yeah, if I get 100k in buy-ins, it's worth like 20k to go there, and then I have to deduct my costs, which is gonna be 4k or something. So 16k is not really worth flying over from, like breaking my, how do you say, my usual schedule. So I don't see myself doing it that often, but who knows. Like those Triton ones, you can really get a couple of 100k in buy-ins. It's a big difference. Besides Vegas, which other tournaments will you be participating this year? All the Triton ones, WSOP, and whenever they organize a 100k PLO somewhere, I'll do my best to be there. Depends on where you are about direct flights from Lisbon. It will be soon, since Tirana is the main airport now in region Adria. Well, I don't live in Lisbon, so it's not too relevant. What's the buy-in for the GG tournaments? This one has a $840 buy-in, and the ones that are about to start is 110k and 1k. Hey Derek, do you have any mental game advice for someone who doesn't mind being stuck 1000 big blinds in an online 4 tabling cash session, but being stuck 200 plus BBs or straddles live is super tilting. Maybe the live game is just too big money wise or too slow compared to knowing you'll play 200 hands an hour to get it back. I have the same thing where live poker can be a big challenge in terms of staying patient. If you're card dead live, you don't have a hand for a couple of hours, and online you can always play a couple of hands every hour. So yeah, I guess working on your patience. It's something that I really had to do after Jeju. I got impatient a lot on day 2s and forced the action in spots where I should not have. I didn't really do anything in particular, but just knowing your ranges and knowing what you're supposed to do, it makes it easier to stick to the plan. If you're just kind of unsure and then you get impatient, you start playing more hands than you're supposed to. Here we step in position with a good shot pair and a flush draw blocker. Big delayed c-bet. Let's probably close this hand. River's at 3, we could bet small even. Super unblocking. Queen 9-10, but that he's probably betting on the flop already. We're blocking 6-7. He's overbetting the river. We're gonna go ahead that this guy is not. Assume that this guy is not creative enough and fold his hand. Huh. Has original bluffs on monotone boards. Should have clicked his name before. Then that would be a perfect combo to call with that read. Still kind of tough for him to have air, so. What is the most going out fun you have? Where did the question go? It would limp. It's his range quite well. Food, club, bowling, or whatever. I think the nicest thing to do with your friends is to go for a nice dinner, drink too much wine, have good conversations, good stories. Once you hit the club with the boys, then conversations are quite hard to have, and I don't know. Also the pain of the day after when you go clubbing, or at least for me it's quite bad. So I think I enjoy having a nice dinner with your friends. Drinking too much wine, that sounds like my kind of night out. I try to mix it up, but I have definitely been drinking way less alcohol this year. Oftentimes not really worth it. Limp call is probably super borderline hand. Fold this one. Soon the new MTTs will show up. Manuel Alves in the chat. Hey date, want some beer? Yes please, Manuel. I'm ready. I'm very ready. Victor Broom, have you ever made any big sports bets in your life? Any novelty bets? EA elections. I made a couple of very big ones. I made a big bet on the Biden-Trump election. I made a very big tennis bet where I bet on myself against a friend. And I made a pretty big bet in terms of percentage of my bankroll on the Mayweather McGregor fight. As a poker player, I really see myself as a dealer of information. So whenever there's a skewed perspective, when it comes to how good a fighter is, for instance, or just the public being misinformed, I think as a poker player it's quite easy to detach your emotions from the case and just look at the facts and then put your money down on the sharp side. Do you use monkers a lot? If so, do you feel the value is there for a micro stakes player? It's a bit over $500. I've been trying the free version, which includes only the turn and river. Monker, since it's not a subscription, but you just buy it, the software, it's the best software that's out there. So if you want to make it as a poker pro, 100% buy Monker Solver. If you run your sims for the different structures that you're playing and you work harder than your opponents, for sure it's gonna be worth way more than the $500. There's no recurring subscription, but you have to get a server for yourself, which is pretty costly on a monthly basis. So there's definitely something to say for just starting with Vision and Mastermind, and then once you feel comfortable that it's adding enough value, getting Monker with a server. Yeah, also my location has always been a very popular discussion point, and for obvious reasons I cannot share it, so you'll just get banned if you start talking about it. 20 BBs should probably start raising quite a bit already, but not the flop that we're looking for, but we'll have to stack it off. 38%, 55. Okay. Winning a couple of all-ins, it feels weird. Just keep complaining. Just having the best year of my poker career. It's hard to get used to losing. It really messes with your mental game as well. Like at some point I got crushed 12 days in a row, heads up, 5 cards, and I was like, did the game pass me by? Am I still good enough? It's really crazy what it can do to you. And I do think that my mental game is extremely strong, so. Okay, I guess we're gonna make a note that this guy usually opens 2x. Now when he does open 3x, we can maybe play a little bit tighter against that size. I think he's gonna check the entire range. Which makes it attractive to check back, because we're gonna get check raised here 20% of the time, given our blockers probably a little bit lower. This hand, however, is kind of strong but very vulnerable, so I'm gonna go ahead and bet 1/3. Here we're making a call that's probably slightly losing. So play from the small blind, we have quite a bit of high cards. On this board we don't see bet too often, hence the bigger size. And here think we want to get into the mix. Calling seems to make sense. Call here, but it's not a great hand to overcall. Both betting and checking is viable here. With the double backdoor, we have quite a bit of equity even when we get called. And check calling is not too attractive, so it's a nice way to think about if you want to raise or not. Yeah, no worries, Steve. I'm here to help. Hello, sir. Hi, man. Did you see the response on the stream? Okay. Because I'm on a 3-minute delay, so it takes a while before
I noticed.
Yeah.
There's just see me.
Yeah. So here you can see. Look. So this is what will be broadcasted in the thing. So if you stand here or whatever, it's fine. You can stand wherever. This is the webcam. That's yeah. So here you can see what happens, and that's where that's being broadcasted. So Manuel is here, and I don't know what's gonna happen.
Have some beer, just start.
To get the juices flowing.
You get the good ones.
It's also nice people can see the difference in the start of my session, and then they can fast forward 4 hours later, and I'm playing all my hands. And
cheers. We are watching. When you need a refill, just.
I will let you know. I will let you know. Cheers. Thank you, man.
No worries, man.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, don't play and drink at the same time. Do as I say, not as I do. 10k is starting, very exciting. We only have one buy-in, so we have to run good on that one. If we want to make a good run, I think people like watching the bounty structure. It's quite exciting that you can win the bounty. How was your mental game during the ups and downs of the Gelfand challenge? Do you think being up $1 million and getting paid off penalties led to any winner's tilt overconfidence? Yeah, very nice question, Paul. I get a lot of Gelfand questions and they're not really deep, so I'll try to answer this one. The Gelfand challenge was not tough, but it was not easy to stay humble after going up such a big amount. I'm not gonna lie, if you win 50 buy-ins against someone, you really think you're crushing them. So that's exactly how I felt after I won $1 million. When I started to lose, obviously mentally it wasn't the best experience ever, but I was also very aware of the fact that I'm very happy to play poker for a living, and I wasn't feeling sad for myself, so to say. So yeah, I think it was, I mean, it's never easy to lose that kind of money, especially not after going up that much and feeling like I had a lock on the challenge already, but I do feel like I handled it quite well. And then once you start having a lot of losing sessions, it becomes apparent that losing the challenge is an option. So I don't think I was shocked or anything on the last day. The last day was kind of a toss-up. It was kind of a 50-50 who was gonna win, so folding here, but creative guy, so you have to be careful. It was kind of a toss-up, so then when I lost, I was pretty much okay with it. The harder stuff I dealt with earlier on, I guess, like going from 1 million to 400k, 300k. After that, you start thinking about all the potential outcomes, and then losing becomes one of them at some point. Yeah, wait, that's off table. Guess you guys want to see the 10k, so we're gonna quit this table. Put the 10k here. Maybe I should include the fact that I'm doing a wine tasting today in the title, so people don't get shocked when they see me playing a little bit more wild. Dinesh Singh is saying, hello sir, good luck, good luck. Thank you. We have 115 people tuning in. Everyone hoping for a deep run. But yeah, starting off slow. I'm very excited about those tournaments in Las Vegas. For me, it's amazing that they have added 100k. Makes it worth my time flying over there. But also just being there, and then potentially playing some private cash games. That would be super cool as well. Making some content in the real world that always seems to get more traction than the online sphere, which I understand. It's more recognizable. Here I think we can check back. Pair and a good shot. Betting always an option, of course, but getting blown off our equity is not always nice. He's overbetting the turn, so we have a relatively easy fold. Here we're gonna 3-bet the aces. That's one thing I noticed in tournaments. People are really tight when it comes to 3-betting pre. 4-6 diamonds. I think we just have to let it go. Here we see bet fold with his hand. Now on the deuce of clubs turn, we get to jam. Don't expect too many slow plays on a board like this. You really want to get the money in with a hand like 10-7, 10-10, 7-7. To get him to fold. Jochi is supposed to shove a lot of hands there, which people in reality don't do. Here we're going to open just because this guy is free pipping very tight. To start with a check. The queens we get to VPip, but now that there's a raise, if we raise and we get 3-bet, then we're in a very tough spot. this is often a very underbluffed line. Of course, we're sitting on trip, so we're gonna call and then make up our mind on the river. Good size by my opponent. I'll have to fold his hand. Couple of exciting ones. Super interesting line. I'm going to call. Just because his profile said that he has creative bluffs, but oftentimes it's just a strong hand. You stay strongly centered in gratitude when losing, love it. Get wasted on the stream, let's go. Yeah, we'll see. I'm not the best of drinkers, so I only need a couple of drinks to get a bit loosey-goosey, as Victor would say. Interesting pot lead by my opponent. I know who it is, so I'm gonna ask him after the session what he was doing there. We get to defend his hand. Money in the middle is a little bit lower, so I don't think so. Get it in with the aces. It's a very nice hand to go all in with, or go all in against. Naked kings. Does YouTube care if you put wine in the title? Wine on the Sunday grind or Sunday MTT grind with wine tasting would be cool titles. Yeah, I'm not sure, so I'm not gonna risk it, but going to VPip this one. Works well as a call, I think, pre-flop. I saw some of the WSOP footage already, especially the 25k PLO no limit hold'em mix was quite interesting in terms of how people were playing on the final table. This could be a good hand to bluff with, but we're 5-way, so we need something better than this. Call. Again, it's so exciting for me to see all these PLO events popping off, breaking records. Not only nice for me, but I think overall it's a better experience. If you look at Triton, for instance, on the stream, it's just much more relaxed than Pot Limit Omaha. feel like in No Limit Hold'em they tend to take themselves a little bit too seriously, where now we're balancing the timing of my checks, and yeah, it's just overall worse experience for the businessman. I know poker players, they try to gain an edge everywhere, but they oftentimes forget the bigger picture. Like, you need people that play for fun to turn a profit in those events. So while you're trying to time your checking, might as well think about how that feels for a non-professional. Like Christoph Vogelsang, for instance, it's one of the big examples where I'm like, I have no idea why they allow him to play in those tournaments. Must be such a bad experience for any businessman to be up against a guy that's completely hiding in his hoodie. It's a sad flop because since we're holding the kings, a lot of his holdings are going to be aces. So we need a little bit more than just the kings and a good shot to the Mexican straight. Gonna get it in with aces again. Hard to be in as good as a shape as we were last hand. Okay, we're flipping, but we lose. Flipping, but we lose. Really nice to see you stream. Enjoy the session. Thank you, GRR. Numbers are going up slowly, because everyone wants to learn how to play PLO these days. I'm not sure if it's good to look at me playing, but it's probably a whole lot better than most other streamers. Checking, betting, both valuable options, or not valuable, viable options. River the jack. 5-7, 10-7, queen 10 beat us. I think we're calling, but it's for sure an underbluffed spot. He's value betting a worse hand. Betting here, definitely an option. We don't win the pot that much by checking, and we have a lot of relevant blockers. Can still hit an 8. Against Gavs, player that's extremely balanced, not gonna go too crazy on the turn. There has been a period where Gavs called me off so many times, and he was right all the time. We hit the king on the river. I think we just pot bet here. We get a lead. I'm going to raise. It's of course not great that we're not blocking a 10 or a jack. Calling doesn't seem too interesting, so I guess we're folding, sometimes raising here. We do have a ton of turns and rivers that we can bluff. Hmm. Hard for him to have air. Definitely possible. We open here, relatively easy call, and then we have to fold on this flop. Okay, losing a couple of hands. Let's see if I can add a couple of tables. Probably shoving is fine here as well. Is the min open? We're defending. Great shape. Hit the quads. Who is currently the #1 PLO player? It has to be Sanita. He made the most money in the past few years, for sure last year. So it's hard to argue with him being the best player. He also beat Barry, sweet, which automatically makes you the best player probably, since he's considered the GOAT. JR is saying, how do you like to study the game? For me it really helps to do my pre-flop in Monker, then post-flop I work a lot with vision. River I combine vision and Monker. And I'm also surrounded by a lot of people that are very good poker players and put a lot of time into their studying, and they're nice enough to help me out with my game every now and then. So shout out to Eric, Groofoot, Lezek. They're definitely among the people that help me out every now and then. You get raised here. I think we're going to re-raise. 3 pair, double backdoor. We're very deep, of course, but I think this is the kind of hand that we stuck off with. If it goes all in, it's kind of horrible, but I also think he's creative enough to do it with bluffs with equity, so it's kind of nice if we get those hands to fold. This is a shame. Don't think I can call here. course I have enough equity, but we'll be blown off our equity. A lot. Would have gotten there. Start by betting here. Ace is also a very nice hand to check back. Don't need as much protection as jacks. Not really supposed to do this with this hand, but I like it more than calling and going three-way. Sometimes when the spot is close, you can just close your eyes and do something that's slightly punty, but probably fine. On this ace, I think we have to shove. Very good for our range, and generating a fold here would be amazing. So we're just using the fact that we have a lot of strong hands there and adding a lot of bluffs. Going to call here, it's slightly loose. And here we're going to 3-bet, calling with the king deuce 6. Pretty bad shape, but we can't really fold there. Got a rebuy though, I think. Sorry, re-entry has passed. Okay. Going to put my opponent all in, he's saying just one time. With the queen and jack. And he gets punished for the emoticon slow roll. Very good, I like that. Yeah. Nice hand to step with, in the sense that we're very low in our range and we still have some outs if they call a 9 or something. I think having a heart is pretty important though, so. Do you use a HUD for coin poker? I think it's legal on coin poker nowadays, so sometimes yes, but in general no. I just study my opponents. It's mostly heads up, so I study them. I know how they play roughly, and then I start playing them. The HUD can be very nice, mostly 6-max I think, but can be a big distraction as well. Okay, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. messing up my beer. One beer. We're one beer in. Already throwing everything on the ground. Okay. Martin Stanchev is asking why I didn't bet on the 4-4-5 board. I can definitely bet. I think I would do at a high frequency, but I can check it back sometimes as well. But to be honest, I don't know the exact frequency. Great board to lead, but this deep we don't lead too often. Yeah, we're gonna bet twice. Super nice hand to bluff with. It sucks that we block the diamonds after he calls, but interesting one. I think we just bought. No limit, so get to overbet. Ace deuce, yeah, super standard calling hand. Definitely interesting spot to overbet, but I try not to use that size too often since I don't really know what to do with it. Two with a gut shot. Ace on the turn. Interesting card. Started no limit hold'em tournament. It's very close. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that my opponent fails to find the really light bluffs. Here we're all in with the queens. King on the river. Oh well. Open, we get 3-bet. Pretty bad flop, considering he mostly has aces here. Not mostly, but a lot, so one of the outs covered. I think we can fold straight away. Guess we can still re-enter. No, we'll save it for another tournament. It's PLO based. If anyway, play cash online on the US sites when you get to Vegas. I tried, but it's kind of tough to get money. Not to get money on there, but you have to get an account with an address. Here we have an automatic bluff. So I tried, but it was too much effort for like a couple of days grinding, most probably. In the US. Second bluff in the 10k. Have to see if it can snipe me. Just end up folding. It's always nice. We pot here, and if you're like, if you pot, he's always folding, well then we can start adding a lot of bluffs. It's a very close one, this one. Vasca Bonicao joining. Limp raise. Interesting line. Has bluffs, not v-pipping that much. There's a lot of dead money in this pot though. We do so poorly against this hand. It's probably the worst hand to do it with, so I'm gonna make a tight fold. Get raised by Andras. Oh. Would have been ahead by quite a bit. They all block each other super hard. It's a 3. Double knockout. We missed the double board bomb pot and Badugi tournaments. Yeah, double board bump pot. It's kind of crazy. Do they give a bracelet for winning that one? Must be a lot of fun. Nobody knows how to play. Well, I guess a few app people know. Here we will see, but even making queen high fold is quite a big win, or maybe a pair in his hand. Vasca with his first 3-bet, I'm sure we're gonna see more of that. And then here on the turn we start sizing up. Check back on a 9 high flush. Not sure if we have showdown, but we're gonna try. Here we lose an all in, but we're still in the game. Limping the jack, jack 10, 7. It's a hand we would like to play, but without an ace or king, we get 3-bet quite often, which is okay, but not great. Out of the 2K. But we have the option to rebuy. Great future blockers with the jacks. So. Calling or betting quite attractive. Take showdown with the 9. My opponent takes showdown with the 4. There was no heart on the river. Why did you bluff? Sure which hand you're talking about. Always nice to give a little bit of context. We're on a 3-minute delay. Paulius Vainauskas is saying something that's probably very bad in his home language, so we're not gonna repeat. Over limp with the queens. Checking, betting, both viable options. Over bet. Okay, get out of the way. It's a good hero calling hand, but usually over betting in PLO, especially when people are not used to using that size, means strength. Going to size big here. Call with the kings. Going to use the big size to throw my opponents off. It's very unlikely that they have a jack in their hand. Small is fine too, of course. Hey Vinny, what do you think is the best city country to play live PLO? Do you know about the live PLO scene in Estonia? No, but you can tell me. Is it poppin'? Poppin' and rockin'? I feel like maybe it's not you, but we have someone in the chat trying to cheer on Estonia a lot, which is fine. A little love for the home country. Here we're just going to barrel our stack off the kings. TMYC saying without the details you will never know what hand you are referring to. That's correct. Ace King King, we have a very easy call. Over pair with a good shot. Don't get there. We don't get there. Against a small step, continue. Pair back to flush draw. And we have the kings. That could be good. Not often the case, but it could be. We're back to flush draw. Shows up. Also, we're getting a really good price. It's very important that you defend enough hands against the small size. Aces in the 2k, aces in the 1k. We check call and we check. Folding against the bet. Quick 4-bet, we're at the stack depth that I don't think my opponent has many folds yet left. He does flop the flush. We need a 4, 3, 6 or an ace. I wanted to say that's not one of them unless it's a 6. I'll go to Vegas and see how the cash games are over there. I think most very good cash games are private these days, which makes a lot of sense, but it's sad for the people that want to play live because they have missed out on a period where they were still public and juicy. Vasca with a bust out. Pick up a 2 pair here, so we can safely check, hope for showdown. Going to fold here, but definitely have to consider calling. And here with the ace, I call. With the backdoor net flush draw. The stern we have to call as well. And here we're going to bluff small with our hand. Then checking is definitely a viable option. Here we do potentially give our bounty to our opponent, which might entice him to call. Checking was an option as well, blocking the ace. Nice stream. Good luck. Good luck. See you in Vegas soon. Christopher Frank, who put out the MTT course on the Mastermind website, I guess. I saw part of the course and it's quite helpful for mid-stakes tournaments. This is a very close one. I'll be grinding the PLO tournaments as well. I think we can fold here. Kind of hard to have a bluff. Going to come in with a call here. Philippos Amelius saying London. Guess he's talking about the cash games. I can believe that London is quite good, yeah. A lot of wealthy people, they love to drink there. Seems like a good mix. ChatGPT is saying that it's pretty good and Estonia ranks it third above Macau for live poker scene in the world. Okay, that's pretty impressive. PLO is also good in India, just the rake is too high. Yeah, it really sucks. High rake. 5th-8 is saying hello. Here we're gonna take a stab at the pot. Nobody's showing interest in winning it. Hello, sir.
Have you finished your first one?
Yes, we're done.
Here you go, monsieur. It's going to be more fancy.
What are we drinking?
You want me to show everyone?
So yeah, this is the camera. Yeah, nah, they can see it like this.
So this is
But
like
you have to come in the camera. Huh?
okay.
Do a small presentation about what we're drinking today.
So this is like a monocast, 100% Pical from 2023, Flipper Pato from the region of Bairrada. Let you guys discover what that is. It's like we're going to start with a more mineral white wine to start. Then we go for something a little bit more creamy or buttery. Then we go for a light red.
Okay, sounds good.
And Spain just scored.
Cheers, thank you. I like it.
Good?
Yeah. It is buttery.
Yeah.
Nice.
The next one is even better.
Uh-huh. Nice lead by my opponent. In the meantime, while I was doing my wine tasting, I decided to bluff my hand. I really like my line there. I have a ton of full houses, I think. I was blocking some relevant cards, so. So hopefully you guys were paying attention, because for me it was hard to do two things at the same time. Going to call here, it seems super light, but the blocker is quite relevant. Also in those check down pots, you have to be creative when it comes to bluff catching. We check back the 9s here. So we're beat by 6-7, 10-7, Queen 10. None of which we block, so I was willing to fold there, but we don't have to. Flop the second nuts on the bottom right. And then on every non-board pairing turn we would have bet twice. Potting, betting big, all viable options. Given the fact that there's a double pair on the board, it's very unlikely that my opponents have a full house. We do have the 8 of hearts, which makes it slightly tougher for my opponents to hero call. Do get raised. I think this hand in particular we can just muck. Since we're unblocking the ace and king, it's a nice hand to size up with, I think. Still call with the 8s, 9s, 6s, ace king. No need to put money in the pot here. The 10s do have a little bit of showdown. Yeah, we're supposed to defend wider because we have him covered and it's a bounty tournament. Both betting and checking is an option here on the river. Gonna get involved. I would like to play hands with Vasca. Yeah, we're going to fold the turn. Very hard to come up with enough bluffs there. 30 big blinds deep. Just going to call and see a turn. We're going to shove naturally. Here somebody limp re-raises on a 10. I don't think we're supposed to fold, but people do have aces here more often than they should. He does not. It's nice. Okay, another all in. And here we're going all in as well. 77%. That would be nice in the 10k. We do win it. We win this one and we win this one, so can't complain. Can't complain. That's what we're looking for. I think we can get it in here. I'm gonna do it like this so that my opponent can reopen the action. So he's kind of forced to fold, not really, but very hard to call there. It's my board, so we might get more folds than usual, but or ahead by quite a bit. Would be very nice. Get a bounty as well. Come on. Do it, baby. Looks like a 9. It's a 9. My opponent jams and we have aces with an ace high flush draw. Don't think I'm going to fold. These spots are pretty important. Queens. We do river the flush, which is always nice. Pretty wild 3-bet from my opponent, of course. I was happy to be ahead there on that flop. Building a couple of stacks. The ace is always very easy to snap 3-bet. But sometimes there's small stacks behind you and then you want to consider calling every now and then. Especially in bounty tournaments. You only play GG and coin poker on stream. Yes. You have an easy fold here. Not entirely sure what to do. Checking always an option, of course. With a hand like aces. I think we can go for a delayed c-bet. Put a couple of one-paired hands in a tough spot. Two pair. Those mono boards are very interesting. Gonna bet 1/10. This forces my opponents to call their two pairs and also gives me some protection. Basically any card on the river brings in a straight, so it's nice to bet for protection. And then against a raise without a heart, I think we're supposed to fold. Victor Naiden tuning in on the stream. Hello, sir. Drinking wine without me. I guess you're doing a training camp so you can follow my tempo in Vegas. I'm very worried for my nights out with Victor. He can drink about 3 times the amount I'm able to handle, so it's gonna be it's going to be tough. No training camp is going to help me from or prepare me for drinking with Victor. Curious how the private games work. Even if there are whales, aren't they the most likely place they get cheated? I guess the private games, they're hosted in the casino, or that's as far as I know. So it's like a relatively safe place to play. I think that's nicer than playing in someone's house or something. The likelihood of you getting cheated there is way higher. Martin Stanchev is saying, are you friend with Ranchungs? Do you know if he's going to stream again? Ranchungs is actually the guy who introduced me, or who helped me land in Malta. I arrived there and we had some contact over email. He was nice enough to show me around. Brought me to my first illegal poker game in the basement of a restaurant, 1-2 No Limit Hold'em. Good times. Good times with the chunks. Surely we can open this hand, but in a bounty it becomes a bit more tricky. We 3-bet the aces. We're getting a lot of aces today. It's usually a good way to win a tournament. We're in amazing shape, 77% going to 2%. Let's see if we can rebuy. No need, we still have a stack. Yeah. Queen 9 deuce. Blocking the 9 is pretty relevant. And it being a bounty incentivizes me a little bit more to shove, so I'm going to put my money in. It's a close spot for sure. There's a lot of reasons that I can think of to shove here. Don't get there. It's a shame, it was a pretty big pot in terms of buy-ins as well. Oh, only one. Not that big. But yeah, in a bounty tournament, having everyone covered is very valuable, of course. I feel like we have way less tournaments than usual. 5th 8 is saying interesting 10-9 3 deuce. Wide ranges. Wide ranges. Going to defend his hand. Nice hand to stab with if he checks, but it's been on a pot betting roll. Pretty easy fold against the pot bet. Hey, let's get this long stream we want, so we will channel you the run good on a 3-day poker hiatus running 30 buy-ins before EV. This week, no limit hold'em, at least I get my poker fix when VNVD streams. Thanks. Yeah, no worries. I'm here to fix your poker problem. Vaska out of the tournament. Sad to see him go, but he comes in with a snap rebuy. Fairly easy call here on the turn. On the river we have a serious decision. I think we're gonna put the money in here. It's almost the perfect combo to go all in with. Win on all in the 2K. Call with the straight, but it's fairly close actually. That's again. Going to let this one go. Getting a fold here would be pretty cool. Kevin really likes to call in these spots after tanking for a long time. 8 deuce. Yeah. Don't know why, but he just always gets it. In terms of calling. I think I take this line with aces quite a lot as well. Eights. Going to bet the queen high flush here. Sucks that we block the straights. Go with the call, straight with a spade blocker. Nine, nine, 10. Going to call. Pretty strong hand. I think we could potentially go 3 streets of value there. Spoke the only job where being good at drinking is plus EV. There's many jobs where being good at drinking is plus EV. What a small world, you and run chunks, lol. Yeah. He also lived in Malta for a long time, maybe still does. So, kind of likely. In Malta you run into a lot of poker players. I don't think you gain EV about being good at drinking, but to be able to come into good private games, I think it's a plus. Yeah, that's what he's talking about. In private games, drinking is pretty normal, and a lot of times it's mandatory. Mandatory. So in that sense, it's very good, very important. I never drink normally when I play. Yeah, it's surprising, Victor, because you really love to drink alcohol. Limp from show. I'm going to call, but might limp re-raise. I think we can call again. If this guy's next level, he called his aces, but he's not. Wow, double suited aces with Vasca in the big blind. It's quite nice. Let's see if he has another 3-bet for me. I'm gonna overcall this hand. Ace on the turn. Here with the Jack 7, we're just gonna put our money in. 5 on the river. Take it down. Jockey is going to protect us. Let's see, let's hope he has a draw. It's kind of unlikely that he had a draw, but can always hope for it. Check, check, 5-6. Very strong hand. Curious if he had other options there. Going to complete here, especially in a bounty. Against 1/3, we're not really supposed to fold that often. And against Fasca, we're going to defend more big blinds than usual. I think this is a nice hand to bluff with. It's quite wild. Yeah. It's really in that 90% VPIP zone. Now we're folding. Let's see, yeah, getting invited to private games and being better at drunk poker than other drunk poker players is plus EV. Do you agree that bluffing should be recognized as a form of art? Damir Mulalic. I think especially bluffing when you're not supposed to and still finding the bluff successfully should be recognized as a form of art. Because a lot of bluffs are, it sounds weird, but kind of standard. You just arrive on the river at the bottom of your range and you're unblocking the right combos. Then it can be kinda standard, but when you do a non-standard bluff, it can be quite nice. That can be a form of art for sure. Going to check. I hope my opponent puts money into the pot. Really blocking a lot of the showdown. Now we have a full house. I think he's betting with most of his queen 9, queen 8 sometimes. Not sure about the size of his bet, but can't be that bad. Yes.
You want food?
Yeah.
Pizza? We have pizza for you.
Uh-huh.
Pizza,
Pizza. Oh, wow. Ladies, come on the camera. Huh?
There. Where do you
This
want?
is it's a combination. You guys want me to explain?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the camera that's on.
Can you look at her beach?
Oh wow. Yeah, it's the same one. Or? Okay, yeah, that would like it.
It's very good. The
Okay,
wine,
so
right?
you can see yourself, Bia. Huh?
Oh my god. That's it.
Thank you. How was the game?
We're losing.
Losing 2-1.
2-1.
2-1. Ah, 2-1.
Mhm.
Okay. It's not too bad. I didn't hear you guys scream that hard.
Oh.
Yeah,
That's
we
because
missed,
I
we
screamed.
missed our goal because we were watching your stream.
Really? And now you're gonna do it again to see yourself.
Of course.
Okay, thanks a lot for the wine and the pizza.
Bye.
Thank you. Okay, had an amazing delivery of food, pizza, wine. I guess I'm gonna shut off the mic for a moment and enjoy my food, and then come back to you guys. I'll talk about the bluff later. I knew these comments were coming. Unbelievable. Roger P. 3 girls, 1 Dirk. Martin. Martin finally waking up. That's funny. He's probably been watching the stream the whole time, but only says something when there's girls showing up. Yes, I'm very blessed, Citas. I actually found them hanging around in the street today. They seem to be in very bad shape, so I invited them over for a little bit of pizza and wine. I'll consider it one of my charity projects. Back in a couple of minutes. Okay, I'm almost done, boys and girls. I would love to comment on all these beautiful hands, but I'm trying not to eat and stream at the same time. Okay, back. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Winning a couple of all-ins, it seems. Very tempting spot to limp raise, but also to raise because this guy's 3-betting a lot, so. Oof. Going to check again. Here we're going to complete 2 plays that we block. Nicholas can definitely have ace 10. It's very hard to bluff enough in these spots. Bluffing definitely an option sometimes. The king queen. To have slide showdown value ace 10. Whoa. Would have gotten 2 folds probably. Vasca open, we can 3-bet here. C-bet this one. Not the flop that we're looking for. Such a big size by Nicholas as well on the turn, I don't really like it. Easy fold. Losing chips. I think we get it in here with the 2 pair. Not super excited about it, but okay, losing some pots. Losing some pots. Can we open this one? I think we can't. Actually. Deep stacked is a very nice hand to have under the gun. Cover some lower boards, but step decked, I think it's just a fold. Okay, let's see. Martin Dam was watching tennis and was so into it that I forgot tournaments were running today. Yeah, it must have been a crazy match. I've seen one tiebreak that was kind of crazy. Wow. In the meantime, Aku tries to bluff Vasca Bojnikau, who's the new chip leader now. So one tiebreak and it looked like the most incredible tennis that I've ever seen. Vamos double up in the vulture. I guess you're talking about yourself. Open 3-bet. He's gonna be a little bit wider because of the bounties. Or at least that's what I think. Check raising. Maybe cool here. Here we stab with the king 755. It's kind of a cool bluff hand, but not sure how I feel about the ace on the turn. These guys are all relatively short. Still think we're just gonna call pre-flop. Bluff here, but I guess we're bluffing on the turn and river. This hand. Just a 10. Calling top right, king high flush, that's impressive.
Round soon, okay?
I have to finish this one? I have to finish this one? Okay.
Alright. Now we're going for my favorite white. This one is from the center north of the country.
Uh-huh.
3 different types of grape. This is going to be a little bit more buttery, not so mineral as the previous one.
Uh-huh. Okay, and it's your personal favorite?
From the both the 2 whites we're having, yes.
Okay. Cheers, thank you. I bet Dirk doesn't know the mic is hot. There's a very big chance that I don't, but this time around I knew the diamond to call, but this is just a fold. Is this thumbnail joke or are you close to going under? I guess you're talking about the title. We're close to going under on GG Poker. We have deposit limits. And I've been hitting them and I've been losing, so yeah, we're actually very close to busting my GG Poker roll. Wow, huge all in. Top set against a rep, kind of a PLO classic. Pot bet here with the 6. And we get the fold. Vasca is turning up the pressure. And here we've got the aces, so we're able to turn up the pressure. Oof. I mean, I love Nicholas Osted, but we're really rooting here for my boy Vasca. That looks like a jack. Okay, okay. Vasca back in the lead of the tournament, I think. We do get a fold from roast beef here. I don't mind the fold, to be honest. Okay, call, 3 bet, 4 bet. Guess we have to get rid of our hand. Ace, king, jack, 8, aces, double suited. Kind of standard. Given how the action went. I think we're just gonna open this hand. Sometimes you want to limit the aces, but there's a time and place. Always surprising to see when people re-raise you and you're holding 2 aces. I wonder what Larry has. Roll in, pretty big one, also has aces. He's got a ton of outs, it doesn't hit. Do we get the fold? Let's get the info button here, let's see how many people are left. Really waiting for a nice hand here. Going to stab here with the 8-9. It's not great, but also checking doesn't do us much, or does much for us. Komaromi. The right amount of pressure. I guess we're gonna go for it. We really need to win this one. We cannot rebuy into the 10k. We're well ahead of his range. Don't see him folding ever, to be honest. Given that it's a bounty. 4-bet even, that's not great news. Shows up with the double suited kings. Spike and ace though. We've been running pretty bad, but maybe we can do it, and we can. Of course we can. Back, maybe an option, I don't know. Deep stacked it is. It's a very nice double up. Like having a seat on the table with someone who's willing to gamble is very important, of course. Try to get involved here. Betting with the bottom set. Checking also fine. It's not like we're super delighted to stack off against elite. Yeah, this is kind of close, but I think in a bounty tournament you really want to lean into those close spots. Limping here is probably slightly pushing it. Pasca coming out with a patented pot bet on the flop. Oh, gets a call. Saw the video where you commented on Asian flushes 8-8 river jam and you mused that maybe 800 big blinds deep you can turn the underhouse into a bluff. Can you share your biggest, most memorable bluff? Whew. Yeah. I'd have to think about that one. A6. Oh, nobody bets. Check 7-8. Calls the flop. Aku. Wow. That's. I don't think you can call there. Seems pretty outrageous. It's hard to realize your equity with a guy that is not afraid to pot bet. Check. Not supposed to fold here, but oof, Pivox. Pivox with the wide open, getting punished by the Veni. Terrible spot we're in. Basically gonna have to give up on a lot of hands. Trying to make the money. $8K for third, so that's a huge how do you say, pay jump. 20 players, 40K. So this guy gets to put a lot of pressure on us. I don't know how much pressure exactly, but it has to be a little bit careful because we all have stacks where we can relatively easy 3-bet him. Return the favor of the pressure, but yeah. Comes in with a limp. This would have been a nice candidate to 3-bet against an open. These ones are always funny. Where checking is very attractive, but also betting is fine. Guess we check it, but bluffing is definitely an option. Yeah, we can see he comes relatively correct. He's not opening every hand. limping, some as well folding. So we have to be somewhat specific. Going to start with a limp here with the kings. Yeah, we're up against the pretty wide range, so I think this is where we die. Of course, against normal ranges this is not a thing, but against the Vasca it is. It's a big all-in for me. Do we get to keep the roll or do we not get to keep the roll? Ooh. No. No. That's a shame. Don't get to re-enter. No roll. That's kind of painful. Would have loved to win that one, but we move on. We have 56 minutes to cash a tournament and get our way back in. Appreciate the stream. Always nice when I only have one MTT going. Good luck, good luck. Marsa is saying hello, Dirk. What is your RY on PLO tourneys and in what sample? If you have some data. I don't know about my actual ROI, but I would think it's somewhere around 15%. It depends on a lot of things. When do you join the tournament? Yeah, just depends on a lot of things. Structure of the tournament as well. For instance, if I go to WSOP, we have very slow structures, so that's better for my ROI. Triton is quite quick in terms of structure. Not entirely sure if I should defend here. Here with the 2 pair and the open ender, we're going all in. Just a flush draw. I think we can survive that. Let's see. That's me. 48. 2 times starting. Fold here. Would have been an amazing flop. So yeah, 15% or something along those lines. Obviously when a player like Vasca is in the tournament, should be a bit higher. Final table here. We have a huge bubble. A very well-behaved chip leader at the moment. He knows he can put some pressure, but he knows he cannot go too crazy. Some big hands here. Not going to open into the chip leader. This short, I think we are supposed to defend this one. On this flop we have roughly 20% equity. I'm gonna let this guy live. Here a lot of people jump in, super late reg, which is nice, it's plus EV, but you can also see the problem where a lot of them are so short, they're gonna have a ton of pressure on them around the bubble. Pretty big bubble as well. GG, so tilting with the deposit limits, I agree, sir. I should ask for higher ones maybe, but these were recently added to my account. This guy can surely go pretty crazy at the moment. The bubble is so big as well. We should not underestimate though how much it is worth for us to 3-bet and win the pot. $20K up top. No bluff from Show Me the Money, that's odd. Potentially under bluffing. Always nice to have a note like that in a close spot. You can just close your eyes and fold your hand. Blinds going up here. More money to win. Still no close decisions. Good luck, man. Chill vibes. Thank you, sir. Still have a shot to win some money back. It's also nice to get the last reps in for Vegas. Hmm. 25% and some fold equity. I don't know. We do get the folds, which is what we were hoping for. always nice to keep watching the table that you are busted out of and you cannot buy back into again. Baby took a small hit. Gonna put it in big blinds, it's usually helpful. Going to 3-bet with his hand. If these guys decide not to do it, but roast beef does, it's kind of sad, especially if he folds. We'll see. Okay, potentially busting him out. This board is pretty good for Mahazian. Going to open here with the ace-king. No dice. We would have been out, so also say that we were saved by the chip leader. Wow. Open and a call. Oh, auto check. That really sucks, but we do find the full house. Find the aces. Potentially getting a fold here. Opening quite tight. Chipping up a little bit. This flop we're going to shove. The battle of the three mid stacks. It's a nice hand to lead with. The 3 spades make it so that my opponents have less hands to continue with. Also the jack 3 deuce is pretty good for the big blind range. We do get raised. Just call and fold on a jack or something. On this run out we cannot really fold. That's not the card that we need. Interesting limp. Hard to argue with a player that stacks you though. Not sure about this limp. Pretty sure about this open. Assassinato, good luck Vinny, have a good stream, thank you sir. One of the day one boys. Take it down with the ace, ace 9, 10. Very interesting spot. fold this one. Not sure about it. But we get to keep some fold equity. I don't know. Got an all in. Wow, it's starting to look very bad for me. Barely hanging on. Hanging on by a thread. People watching how I'm about to be busted from the tournament. Going to call here. It's quite attractive with the small blind being set out. Jay Haralstad, if you are watching the stream, you're set out on the Omaholic Super Stack. Sixes. No need to raise, I think. Blind's going up again. We really need a hand, and that's the hand we were looking for. Raising it up with the king, king, 4, 5. Going to bluff this one. It's a finish spot. It's very hard for me to have bluffs on this run out, so we have to start picking some hands that do have showdown value. Roast beef with the 3-bet, that's generally very bad news. We are in good shape. It's a decent flop. Double up. Extremely interesting. Bubble spot like this. Make boy Finn, Spaceman. I think he's one of the best no limit hold'em heads up players in the world, so automatically most likely incredible poker player. I think he plays a bit of PLO as well, quite a bit actually. Kind of forced to think that he's probably very good. I've seen worse flops in my life. Very quick all in. Such a weird timing tell. Probably always want to take a little bit of time there, but not sure. Now we're not really incentivized to 3-bet here all that light. I'm just supposed to fold here, get out of the way, try and make Bevy of blank clash with Mahazayan. The Stone Cold Bubble, he'll be able to pressure everyone quite a bit. Nice hand to limp with the ace high suit. Small blind is obviously never gonna VPip. Raising range is close to 100% there. So he still has folds. Kind of hoping for a call. Oof, 50-50, 80%. In the money, boys and girls. I'll show you guys the payout structure. Really sucks to hit the queen of diamonds there. I'm gonna call, but does find the bluff. Going to stab here, we have 2 pair and ace of hearts. Did find the bluff on the flop, also on the river. Going into this final table as the number 1 in chips. No, that's not true. I'll show you guys the payout for this one. Let me know if this works. Final table galore. By the way, what do you think about Cash Hold'em World Championship on coin? It looks really good idea for me as a Hold'em player, even just sometimes to play it, because it's with open cards to practice. I think firstly it's great for any spectator, because poker is really boring to look at, so we have to find a way to get people more excited so that we can generate more, I guess, revenue for the sport or everyone who pursues a career in poker. We're gonna get a bust out. It's nice, 12k. Adds up with Mahazayan. Quick break and I'll be back. Stretch the legs. Get another glass of wine. Okay, boys and girls. We're starting with the aces. Gonna raise it up. Okay, well, heads up for the title against Mahajauhajahan. Close spot straight away. Actually, he has a very tight raising range, 37 big blinds deep. Okay, limp we can raise. Going to c-bet. My queens need a little bit of protection. He does not have many deuces in his range. Does decide to represent one. Thank you. Could I have also have a glass of wine?
Yeah, and I was going to bring you a new one.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Because we are excited about the game.
Okay. I think we got a bit small here. Still need a ton of protection. Of course, it's very hard to get called by words, but I think in practice it works quite well. It's funny because he decided to raise the flop with probably an 8 without an ace, which is the most common hand to do it with, I think. Gonna go ahead and lead here. First in chips now. For one hand. Checking the turn. There's a ton of straight combos now. It's tough for him to have a bluff. Still bets. Expect to lose it quite a bit. Wow, we went very thin there. Great value bet. 3 pair. Going to open this one. Opened queen 4, 5 deuce. I think it's a nice hand to open as a, let's say, bluff. Bad pot. I don't think I'm good enough to fold a straight here. It really sucks that we're not blocking a pair. That would really add to his bluffs, but we're just gonna call this hand. Decided to go for a thin value bet with the set. Get to fold this hand. Go for the limp, raising is fine too. Size is just so that I cannot call here, I think. Calling the queens. Don't necessarily have to, but queen, deuce. Not many combos without an ace. Did you want to raise from the small blind? Fold. Queen on the turn. Probably bad limp. Stab. Not really a great run out. I think it's fine to fold here. Get to fold too many hands, but this one might be one of them. Easy check back. Gut shot and a set draw. Gong. If ever a king, we also block the straight, we block the flush. Betting small, kind of representing queen jack, so this might be a hand that we want to call with 10 for wow. This guy really is on another level. 10-5. Deuce we call at least once. Small bet. want to call. Getting outplayed so far. It's a terrible run out for my hand, of course. Kings, he's checking back. Queens in there, of course. It's very hard to find this bluffs. I don't think I'm gonna fold, but in general, people don't bluff nearly enough here. My opponent does. That's nice. Mahazayan on a tear. Blinds going up. Going to raise this combo. Checking. This time we have to fold. Let's see, 20, 40, 80. 3 double ups is what we need. And a wine refill coming at the right time. Much needed.
Hello, Sal. I thought you would like another glass of wine.
Sounds good.
Now we bring you something also from Bayrava, from Newport.
Okay.
It's 100% baga. It's a very light bread. Very nice for these hot evenings. I hope you enjoy.
Cheers, thank you.
Cheers. Oh, you have a... Oh no.
Here where I'm 1v1
Oh yeah, the one.
for number 1 and 2, but he's getting the best of me so far.
Oh, you bastard. I will get you.
I'll turn it around.
Do your best, yes.
Ah, the wine is very nice. I like
I
it.
was going to ask you that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I brought the pirate in me. Enjoy.
Cheers, thank you. Okay, let's see. We're jamming. 2 pair. Good shot. Good luck and heads up, thank you. Going to limp raise this combo. Don't get the chance to do it. I'll take care of the questions after this heads up. Not the rest of the runouts. Not sure if we're supposed to call here, but I'm gonna do it. Perfect sizings, perfect play altogether. Also haven't won that many hands. Got to call here. It's probably also fine to raise, but we want to protect our calling range somewhat. I just did a couple of drills, so I'm probably overdoing it. And he does have the aces. That's funny. Open call. Guess we're gonna squeeze this hand. 12.2 seems fine. We can reopen the action if he decides to go all in. So yeah, we got crushed in that heads up. Sometimes that is how the cookie crumbles. We're still on the final table here. And we have a decent stack here, and this is going to be a very pivotal hand. A good flop would be nice. That's good enough to get our money in. Hopefully the ace, the flush draw is not covered. 30%, we have not really been hitting these spots. Maybe today, not today. Not today. To bluff this hand. Bit tricky, but showdown value is not that high. Great river to bluff on. So here we have a funny situation where open from Gavin, interesting size as well. Chip leading now. So we'll be able to put some pressure on my opponents. The bubble is quite big. Can't go super crazy, but we can definitely go a bit crazy. $250 people tuning in, that's very nice. Gonna do the questions right now. Could you explain how big the RFI in PLO 200 when you have ante compared to non-ante for latest positions? There is no information like this in Vision. I could check only for MTT with added money. Martin Stanchev, so this is where you have to run your own sims or use PLO Mastermind. I do think they have the correct ranges or something close to what is correct. I really want to VPIP. This is not a hand. I should VPIP, but this bounty, we're going to force the action a little bit. Good luck in the heads up. Are you buster now or no? Yeah, on GG Poker we're kind of buster, yeah. All in. I think it's kind of close. This combo is gonna be super wild. 27%. Could be worse, could be better. Yeah, and that's what you get for playing poorly. It's quite nice. We pick up aces again. Going to open. Vasco Bonica on 2 big blinds. Are you buster now? Yeah, buster on GG Poker again. Thanks from Ireland, dude. Great channel. Cheers. Thank you, sir. Maybe hand out a little like to the stream. Always helps with the visibility. Are you still grinding cash? I am, but Sundays is for tournaments. Second place is also good. Yes, it's not a shame to lose against that player. Vasca all in, and I think he gets there. Okay, we're losing the chip lead. this guy busts with king 10 for 3 double suited. Seems a bit wild. Limp under the gun. Don't think we attack it too often, too wide. When are you starting with the Tourney bankroll challenge? Yeah, that's a nice one. I'm gonna start when I go to Vegas. I think it's a nice one. I think a 250,000 to a 1 point or 1.25 million challenge would be very nice. Going to defend here. Interesting spots. We don't block any spades, so it's kind of tough to lead there. Vasca managed to go from 2 big blinds to 82 big blinds. What the fuck's going on here? That's amazing. I really hope he wins this tournament. We have another all-in. We're in the money. That's kind of surprising that the bubble went so quickly. Let's see what happened at the last hand. Adias with the race. King, king, jack 8. 3-bet all in. Yeah, not sure. Guess it's borderline fine. Not a huge pot. Ace 10 7 3, it's probably just a fold. I'll duplicate the question, you missed it. Do you hear a story about Matt Parker? Coin poker account got restriction. He played a lot of high stakes, heads up PLO. I hope everything will be resolved well, because so far I have only pleasant impressions from coin poker. I didn't hear about the story, but maybe you can tell me a couple of things about it. Did he get banned? For what reason did he get banned? I guess it's a good question. I've had very good experiences on coin poker, but I'm willing to listen and see. but I don't know the story. Vinny, good luck in Vegas. What events are you looking to play? All the pot limit Omaha events. 10k, 25k, 50k, 100k. Milet Abu Assi is asking how many cashes today, big boss. We had 1 cash in the 2k. I'm going to defend here, but it feels not great. SCM value 6k. Overbet, so we can fold. Here we're not really looking to fold. I think we can jam here. Looks very wild. He's only gonna call with a 6, which sucks because we're way behind, but Vegas will be hot this time of year for me. I say rain in Ireland most days, West Coast. Okay. They have the Stone Cold bubble right now. Open from Pascal and a 3-bet from Vasca. I don't think Vasca cares much about the Stone Cold bubble. We pick up the aces yet again. Jesus Christ, we had many aces this tournament. Pascal is getting a very nice chance to at least cash the tournament. Kings against... Wow. Not sure if I like that. Yes. What's... Oh, you got one! Wow, very impressive. Don't let it go, huh?
You won't do it.
I think we're supposed to bet for value here. It's a pretty strong line. Yannick, favorite swallower streamer. We're Team Swallow. Team Swallow for show. ISM value 6k. We might collect enough cashes where we are not getting wrecked today. That probably sounds very weird to have that kind of sound in the background. I promise you guys I don't have anyone tied up in my living room. Just ran a quick pre-flop sim with 1 BB dead as anti and 100 BB stacks look like RFI for button cutoff are 55-35. Using pot open seems to kind of make sense. Obviously anti increases RFI. Spencer Kress, yes, you're correct, sir. It changes a lot. I think we're supposed to call here with the big bounty. and then pray for a flop, but this is not the one. Some nice cheesecake. 3 well in. Tough spot here, we don't really want to play post flop poker, but I guess a small size. I think I'm going to call. Pascal, busting Pascal. Lowers effective stacks and increases open size, which have a negative effect on raise first in general. Cause Vuurwerk Freak is saying, what you gonna play in Vegas, and is there a vlog coming from the last Triton? I'll be posting the vlog tomorrow. Very excited to post it. Okay. It's a pretty bad flop, but we can't fold. We have a backdoor wrap, of course, a couple of overs, runner, pairs. So yeah, 17% is more than enough. It's, I'm not gonna say easy to fold, overfold in those kind of spots, but sometimes if you multi-table, you can definitely make a big mistake there. So yeah, he's not banned, his account is frozen, he's under investigation. Sounds a little bit suspicious, but I guess they're finally in contact with him now. Victor saying yet, not sure what that refers to. It's basically all info we know in public, besides of Matt played a lot of high stakes PLO and still has 220k on his account. Okay, I did well apparently. As you can see, my ICM value is still pretty high. And this is the hand we're gonna die with. We're willing to die on this hill. I lead with the limp. Ace 10 10 3 is pretty decent, of course, but not that strong. Kevin with the race. I think this is a nice spot to fold where he might call and get a stack in. No one tied up. I bet some of us are disappointed. Reminder on the most memorable bluff. Sorry if you missed it. Yeah, I'm trying to think of my most memorable bluff, but if you bluff a lot, it's easy to forget. Not too sure, to be honest. A couple of the ones against Phil Gelfand come to mind. I pulled a couple of nice bluffs and then they all worked, and then in the second part they didn't. Can't wait to watch the final back. Yannick Sinner against Alcaraz. Please don't spoil me. Ace King 10-6. Let's go. We're all in. We're ahead. 100%. It's hard to mess up from here. Here we have a limp and an open from Ari Mola. We had many aces today, huh? Kind of wide open from Lauri. $10K up top. Action flop. Action flop. He's got a double gutty. Picks up a pair. Let's see if we can do it, boys and girls. We can. 77. I'm sure there's a couple of nice clips from the stream. Some of the heads up high stakes on coin players crazy. Yeah, it's the only place where we still have high stakes heads up. I mean high stakes altogether, I guess. GG Poker doesn't really have much, so. Picking up another pair of aces. Going to raise it. Of Of course, we want to protect our limping range every now and then, but how many hands are we limping here? Not too many, I think. And this guy 3-betting actually means that we're in better shape than him calling. We greatly block his 3-betting range in terms of equity. So we should be in very good shape here, which we are. 43%. 67. That seems like a doable job. What day is it today, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah. Not my day. Not my day. We're out of the tournament. Down to 1 table. But we can make it a 2-table thing with the 10k. Down to 1 table, and maybe there's a no limit hold'em tournament we can hop into. They usually take quite long though. Easy fold. Okay, have a nice continuation of the session. I'll go. Have a nice day, Dirk. Thank you, sir. Thanks for tuning in. Sinato, the day 1 railbird. Cover these players. So opening is quite tempting. Not slurring my words yet. Viewership has been on point. Unfortunately, this is the last Sunday stream for the next month because I'll be in Vegas and New York City. Vegas and New York City it is. Very excited about making a deep run in Vegas. Need to win a couple of all-ins though. Just a fold, I guess. We have an all-in on the other table. It's a coin flip. Okay. The bubble there is pretty big, or I guess the bubble burst, but from number 3 to 2 there's a huge gap. Did anybody see the UFC? In Vegas, I'm gonna be attending my first live event. Very excited to feel the tension in the arena. Not sure if I'm happy with where the UFC is at the moment, but still very excited to visit my first live event. Oh, so many tables running on CoinPoke. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. 33 tables. This guy seems to be pretty passive considering he's the chip leader. We have a bubble incoming. He's covering everyone. I think he could VPIP quite a bit more. Don't worry, I'm on investigation on stars twice for 50 days and I'm minus 9 BB from the beginning of the year. Yeah, it's super annoying. Kale Smetzerut is saying hi Vinividi and chat, do you know of any good sites to learn PLO tournament poker? Mastermind just launched a MTT course, which is good but not great, but should be very good to beat $100 tournaments, $200 tournaments. 1Ks live, 2Ks, 3Ks. Brandon Dubbin, unlucky dude, hope you win the 10K, which I'm not competing in. Thank you, sir. What do you think about Oyoshenko? I've played a lot with him, but I don't have a very particular read on him. Okay, I have a small break. Back in 5. Vinny is saying, enjoy your time in the States, stateside. More non-poker vlog. I guess the Montenegro one is quite poker heavy, but we have some non-poker stuff at the end. And in Vegas, I'm gonna mix it up, some live play and some just things that I'm doing there. I think people are quite interested in the life behind grinding, more so than in the hardcore poker stuff. Quite a lot of spots aren't really touristy common destinations. Yeah, hopefully Emma is gonna prepare a couple of places, and usually she's very good at finding those like hidden spots, but we'll see. We'll see. Still have this tournament. Pretty slow structure, I guess. Would be nice to run good in Vegas, but then I'm thinking about how many hands I'll be playing. It's probably 500 on a day that I play, if I'm lucky. No, probably less. 300-400, and then I'll be playing for 15 days. So I'll play 5k hands. It's super crazy how hard you can swing in that amount of hands. I think it's fine to fold here. Stuff to bluff. And bounty tournaments. I have a small bounty though, so it's possible, but Lost Paradise is saying good luck, good luck. Thank you, sir. Tide is right on the bubble. This hand we're going to defend. Maybe not anymore. It's a bounty, very top heavy, so if we get a chance to put our chips in, we're definitely gonna do it. Dirk, do you play PLO Cash live? How are the swings? I'm going to do it in Vegas. I haven't done it that much. The only live I played was, in Vegas, but a long time ago, and in Barcelona. It was quite a good game that I played, but I got pretty tipsy, so I was playing very wild. Playing very wild, very fairly. Boys and girls, we have 30 likes on the stream. We're watching 200 players. That's a very sad number. I would really appreciate if you guys could hit the like button. Put in my blood, sweat and tears to it. That's it for the crown. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Yes, tournament poker can be a bit boring around the bubble. Selling any WSOP action. If it was up to me, I would have 100% of myself, but I sell to a couple of people that help me with my poker game or in a business sense. So not really. I did think about selling a very small percentage just to the fans, so that they have an extra reason to support me. But I've been very busy, so no time to set it up. My big friend is waking up. Dougie Duck streaming again. One table streaming. Defending 6-4 in the big blind. Not sure if that is a thing. Probably knows better than me. Fold. You will play any private games in Vegas, or are the public PLO games high enough for you? If I play cash, it's most likely going to be private. The public games are not super interesting. If there's a nice 51 game, I might play it. And ciao ciao, thank you so much for taking care of me. Huh? Yeah. Congrats.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, no worries. I hope you guys enjoyed.
Vai wel eens even. Ciao.
See you. Congrats on winning the game, huh?
We screamed a lot. Sorry.
No worries.
Say goodbye to. Thank you.
And see you. No worries. Congrats on winning the game. Ciao ciao.
Thank you.
You're going?
No,
Ah.
I don't. It's just like,
Yeah. No shit. Three bet from Arie Moeller. Number 25, like here, reporting for duty. Not sure what you're talking about, Jan Jansen. You already got tickets for the UFC. Try to convince Carlo to come to Vegas. Carlo is one of the hardest people to get a hold of. I tried a couple of times, way back in the days, but unsuccessfully. So it's up to you, Jan Jansen. I haven't got tickets yet, so did you buy them already or not? So respect the want of 100%. Yeah. Once you have the bankroll, you have to put up the money. WSOP events are quite nice. Especially the 10K, that's the craziest one, I think. I'm gonna put on a couple of highlights from Alcaraz and Sinner. Sinner has been putting on a fucking clinic. Yeah, it's a funny spot. It's a bounty. We're gonna like try and battle for a couple of hands. The bubble is relatively small, so already seeing a couple of absolutely ridiculous. I'm not sure what the word is in English. Rallies. Yeah, it's also funny in the bounty. If you get first, you win the bounty of your opponent, and you also get to keep all the bounties. So usually there's a pretty big difference between number 1 and number 2. Today it won't be that crazy, but because Fasca took home a lot of the bounties. One table galore. I'm quite surprised it's still 200 people watching here. Dirk running illegal games in his house and streaming at the same time. The Vinny private game. You guys got me. The jumping backhand is so crazy. Did he answer you, Kalle? I want to squeeze. I want to get my money in. Queen 8, 8, 4. Imagine having this run in live poker. Mikhail Selinov, why don't you commentate your hands, or am I just new here? We're down to one table, so and slightly card dead, so there's not too much to commentate on. If you pick up a couple of hands, I'll be able to tell you some stuff. Jack, Jack, 6-6, double suited. Will V-pip. We'll see. We'll see if we can flop something. It's gonna be a family affair. Flop a jack. Gonna shove. Check call. 65%. That's 97. Should be good. No tickets yet. Jan Jansen, maybe ask for my phone number and we'll figure something out. I don't think you can bank on Carlo coming out to Vegas, to be honest. Wow. What a fucking stud, Alcaraz. All in. All in. All in a fold. Crazy. We'll just fold this one. Vinny is saying, I imagine the WSOP 10k PLO VV's ROI is well into the 30+%. Yeah, if there's a tournament where I'm over 30, then it's that one. Let's go, Vinny, with the Jack. Do you only play PLO? Have you tried Hold'em? And why did you choose Omaha to be your specialty? Just a better fit for my playing style. No limit hold'em is fine. I don't hate it, but I don't love it either. Maybe I'll play a couple of no limit hold'em events late reg. But a lot of them are 9-handed or 8-handed, so not too excited to play those. Very slow bubble. Very slow bubble. Lines going up, thank God. Yeah, let's see if you guys actually click the fucking like button, huh? Let's see. Let's see if you guys deserve a long stream. We were at 30 when I asked for it. 47. Not too bad, but could be better. Cool hand to see bet with. Turn is just a check, I'm afraid. Check fold. When is the next big tournament on ACR? I love Italian. Hello Divinity, forza campione, un saluto dall'Italia, ti seguo sempre. Which roughly translates to hi from Italy that always support you. Right? I'm supposed to play this hand, but I want to double up, we want to swing. Guess we take this hand to the turn and then maybe we bluff. Limping kings is a viable option on the gun. I think we can bluff here. time banking is kind of odd. Time bank overbet. Okay, we're going to open this hand. I'm not allowed to, but snap 3-bet. I wonder what he has. Pair and it gets you to the nuts. I'm going to call. It's pretty poor. 26%. And we're out. Out. Okay, boys and girls, we kind of threw the last tournament. But I was always so done with the stream. I've tried hard enough. I've battled. We didn't manage to win the all-ins, but the damage was not too bad. Down 15k, 20k maybe. Saving up our luck for WSOP. Maybe, just maybe, I play a couple of hours of poker just before I leave, and if not, it's gonna be no stream for the next month, but there will be plenty of material coming out. Tomorrow the vlog will come, and then in Vegas I'll hopefully do a weekly video. There's gonna be a tournament challenge, and potentially I'll be playing against Jungleman on the Venetian stream or something, like one of the live streams in Vegas. So stay tuned. Thanks for tuning in, and I'm out.